Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
During and after, whether or not it's ethically
30
permissible
seconds until
to
minions
kill
spawn.
someone when you're, for example, like when I say during, I mean as they're abusing or raping an individual.
What do you mean we're
like,
exploring this theoretically? Or if it's something else? I imagine this is only going to be theoretical, no?
That's true, definitely theoretical.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
then also the others being, well, but what if it were before? So, or what if it was after? It's like probably in a lot of cases, how long after is still okay? Like if it's a moment after, like versus an hour, a day, and then even maybe if somebody was trying to maybe they were acting preemptively, like if they were, they murdered that person before the person even did the act. So that's up for you to kind of like say yes and no on where you draw the line in those, before, during, and after.
Okay.
And then Rose, I think, takes the position that in none of those cases you're a strict pacifist, Rose.
For the most part, I mean, I've had debates about this topic with other people before. Like, I make some exceptions when it's like an extreme and it's like clear that. I mean, I'll get to the debate, but yeah, I make some exceptions. But for the most part, I'm a pretty strong pacifist.
You guys know I'm streaming too, so all this audio is going out. Don't say that.
Gotcha.
I won't say anything crazy. Promise. I trust you.
Or
Okay?
just know,
We've
like-
talked before.
Yeah.
It's gone good, you know.
Tremendous, and I'm pumped, you guys. Fun summer night. Let me just one last little tweak, and we'll be off to the races.
Sweet.
Tremendous. All right. But yeah, what do you guys think? As out of my sick curiosity, unrelated, but you guys, who do you think are going to be the nominees for the 2024 presidential election?
Dude, I can't predict things that happen 2 months from now. I don't know. I think Trump is gonna run. I think Trump's gonna win. That was my call a month ago. I still think it. I think Trump is gonna run, and I think Trump's gonna win.
Wow, really? Even against, I definitely think he can run, and what do you think, Rose?
I think it's way too early to tell because, like, I think in 2015 everyone was like, "Oh, Hillary's gonna win," and then that didn't happen. I think Ron DeSantis is like people are like saying his name a lot. People are saying Trump's gonna rerun. I don't think Trump's gonna win again. I just think the support comes down. He lost in 2020. I highly doubt he's gonna pull a Grover Cleveland here. I feel like Biden is like really old, but it's like I don't know who else would like they nominate for the Democrats. I feel like we're gonna know more in a year. I'm waiting. I know it's like a sucking non-answer. I'm gonna say Biden, but I don't even think he's like. I'm not even convinced he's gonna run or like. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, I kind of guess that the most likely would just be like based on precedent, Trump and Biden, and but I don't know. I think the conservatives. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable with that. I mean, it's like you're sending out Trump, just lost.
Allegedly lost. Careful.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Turn that on, and then cool. So, what I'm gonna do is, as always, I'm gonna kick it over to you really fast, Steven. So I'm gonna go on screen. I'm gonna say, "Hey, everybody! Today we're debating whether or not it's ethically permissible to smite an abuser or rapist." Now, with statement, and then I'll hand it over to you, Steven. So, here I go. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun. All right, 3, 2, 1. Here I go. Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not it's ethically permissible to smite an abuser or rapist, and we are starting right now with Steven's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Steven. The floor is all yours.
Hey, I think that as long as you've got somebody on proper notice and somebody is going to either enact violence against you or invade or steal something that belong or do some damage to your person or do some damage to a loved one, you ought to be able to defend yourself. The level of that defense is going to escalate all the way up to whatever is necessary. So, for instance, if somebody tries to steal something of yours and you punch them and they punch back and you kick them and they pull out a knife and you pull out a gun, etc., etc. So I think that it is within your right to defend your body, your person, things next to you with as much force as necessary, and then depending on how the other person decides to respond, that can go up to and including.
You got it. Thank you very much for that quick and pithy opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Rose, but want to say, folks, if it's your first time here, welcome to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform hosting debates for science, religion, and politics. And we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks, Rose. The floor is all yours as well for your opening.
Thank you. So I would say that I feel like it's understandably a lot of victims in these cases feel like they feel angry at what the person did to them, what the person they fear is going to do with them, and that's completely understandable. However, when it comes to murder, this is somebody's life that you're taking, and when it comes to that, you have to be very sure that you're acting in right case. But I feel like in terms of self-defense, this is something that I feel like in a lot of cases people have been way too lenient about. I feel like a perfect example of this is talking about the cops in particular. The cops so often shoot innocent black people or people with mental disabilities because they think they're acting in self-defense. They're so convinced that they're in immediate danger and that this person is going to kill them, when in reality, that is not the case. Now, obviously, when it comes to a person, being raped or about to be raped, that's not the same. It's not the same situation. However, I see posts from feminists online all the time posting their fantasies and how they really want to murder their rapist, or sometimes people do it. I just think it's a really toxic environment, and I don't think we should be encouraging this behavior. And I think that if somebody kills another human being, unless your life is immediately in danger, I don't think you're justified in doing that.
You got it. Thanks very much. And we're going to jump into open discussion. If you have questions, folks, fire them into the old live chat at Modern Day Debate. If you tag me with at Modern Day Debate, I will get those questions and we'll read them during the Q&A following open discussion. Thanks very much, Stephen and Rose. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
So first we need to figure out what the actual moral principle is before we get into the logistics of deploying said moral principle. So for instance, it sounded like you were saying killing somebody in self-defense may or may not be morally permissible, but that's not relevant because sometimes people will do it accidentally. Do we want to talk about the principle, or do we want to concede the principle and say, okay, it is principally okay to kill somebody if they're trying to rape you, and then go on to the practicality?
I would say I don't even know if it is if someone's trying to rape you. I'm sympathetic to that, right? If somebody kills their rapist or someone you know for a fact, there's no nuance whatsoever, this person's going to rape you, I'd say if that person kills them, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I wouldn't say that that's necessarily okay, but it's I don't think that that's terrible. But if you want, we can just move on from that and be okay, fine.
Well, it's pretty important because it's technically the topic of the debate. So
yeah,
let's phrase this. So I'm going to use. Generally, I just want to stick to good or bad. Good is an action that we ought to do, or if we do it, it's a morally virtuous thing to do. Bad is going to be an action we ought to avoid. If we do it, you have some moral culpability for doing bad. So if somebody comes up to you and we'll just say somebody is trying to rape someone, and let's say the other person has no capacity to stop it without killing the person, would it be a good thing to kill the rapist? Can they kill the rapist, or would that be a bad thing?
I think maybe there's more justification to do so, but I wouldn't say that that's a good thing. I think the only rational thing is to just be okay, this is a traumatic thing I just did. I feel guilty about this. So spending the rest of your life thinking, could I have done something different? Because I think that's a normal human response. Have some kind of empathy for the person you just killed, right? Even if it is 100% just, I would say that that's the only, because I see people who are yeah, I killed this person, and then people online being yeah, you're a hero, kudos to you, and it's I don't think that that's really healthy, right?
Sure. So we're looking at we're taking more of a psychologically based analysis of this now. I don't care about the psychology, just looking at the ethics. Somebody comes up to you and they're trying to rape you. Do you have a right to defend yourself up to and including lethal force?
I would prefer non-lethal methods overall. I don't want to be the person, I guess I am kind of being the person right now. I don't want to be the person that says you have to sit down and take it, because that sounds really shitty. And I feel like a person has a right to have that sort of bodily autonomy and not want that, right? And I've had enough debates on this to realize that, yeah, this is probably not the hill I want to die on, right? So
well, sure, I'm not trying. It's a difficult moral question, but you're in a sketchy position, so of course you have to own sketchy, or a difficult bullet. But the question is so you have no other recourse. You can't call the cops. You don't have a non-lethal way of de-escalating. All you have on you is a gun. Person has made their intentions clear. I'm coming up to you to rape you. Do you have the right to defend yourself with lethal force? It will involve killing the other person to avoid you getting raped. Not when I say you, I don't mean you personally. Does one have the right to employ lethal force to prevent one from being raped?
I would say, if I were to say yes or no, I guess I'd say yes with an asterisk, being that like, you know, you're taking that person's life, you know, and this is a non-lethal action. Like rape has like what? It's like the death from rape is so low in the United States. I can't even find a statistic for it. I tried to look for one. So it's like it's a non-lethal force, and you're punishing that person with a death penalty, which I wouldn't say is really just, but it's like at the same time, this is the only way to prevent that rape. Then I guess it can be ethical in that position.
Okay, but then don't we just agree?
I don't think that we do. Have you seen the viral tweet that I made
No,
about like rape and? It was basically this rape device. So in South Africa, someone.
Oh, I'm aware of this tweet. I did see it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. So basically, the idea was that this device was going to protect women from rape, right? And that the woman would put it on, it would prevent her from getting raped, and that the man would have to go to the hospital to remove this thing.
Yep.
And the problem with that, though, is I feel like that is cruel and unusual punishment. And I feel like this is like a torture device. Like, this wouldn't even be approved for, like, prisoners of war. And I feel like it's horrifying that people are, like, you know, rooting for this thing.
So, again, differences here. We can talk about people's response to it, and we can talk about, like, the practicality of it. But ethically, would it be okay to have a trap inside your body that if somebody were violating you, they would spring the trap? Is it ethical? If you have a trap inside your body so that if somebody violates you, you have a right to have that trap in your body. Like, is that ethically? Do you think you should be able to?
I think that is like, I mean, the way that the trap is, it literally makes the person have to go to the hospital. They have to see a doctor. Now, the goal with that obviously is like, oh, well, they have to see a doctor.
These guys like push up really far.
Well, sure, we don't even need to worry about that part. Let's say the device
Kind of
comes
wanted to set
off.
it up for Hecarim, but
That's not really relevant. Do you think that a woman has a right to?
don't have a whole lot of pressure.
I would say
Graves is
so
right
if
around
it
the
wasn't
corner.
gonna, you know, put a
Guy's
lot of
being
pain
really
onto the other
ballsy.
person and send them to the hospital. And also, it's gonna make it like the way the device is. It's going to put that woman in danger too,
If I
because
these
you know,
are
when
these
you
are
feel a
just
lot of
gonna
pain.
Yeah, these
body
are
slam me, stun me.
So the ethical question is: if somebody tries to rape
Pretty much
you,
can't E to him
does one
either.
have the right
Like you can
to
tag
protect
him,
themselves
but
in a
you can never E to. He'll just
like an anti-rape condom?
do his little
Do they have
body
a right
slam,
to that?
little
Is
juke
that an
forward,
ethical action?
stun you.
If it doesn't send the person to the hospital.
But like until
Why-
like, you
okay,
know,
let's-
can't even
if it's
really
a harmless
R1 him.
device and it doesn't do any harm to the person, and all it does is protect them, then yeah.
Okay, so
But if it's going,
let's push
I'm
one
getting
more.
Herald.
Let's say
Which is
why
nice.
would it be more
I'll
like
pick that in case they want to come down, try to kill him after. I don't think he'll body slam the way the creeps, because it's not that much wave
you're
clear.
inflicting more harm into the world, right? I don't have.
If you did,
right?
it'd be so
This
nice. Oh, there it
rapist
is.
Putting harm onto rapists, or the very victim. But when you have this device,
Oh, the Graves
you're
all
putting
says about
unnecessary
to Q
harm
too.
onto somebody else.
That
And
sucks.
this is
Maybe
the
Hecarim can hold the
opposite
wave
where
from
you
him.
go.
It's on top.
Yeah, but aren't you
people
trying
say,
to?
oh,
Aren't you doing so in the hopes of avoiding?
yes, but I feel like the means don't justify it.
Don't they kind of though? Like, isn't there a difference between defensive harm versus like aggressive harm? Or are we really measuring all these things to be the exact same?
I guess, but I mean, here's the thing I want to mention, right? Is like when people talk about rape, I feel like they don't like understand what rape is. Like someone's not gonna wear this device like all the time. Like I
Yeah,
think
sure.
it'd be
Those
absurd
are
to
these are
expect women to
issues
do
of
that.
practicality and not ethical questions. So we're just looking at that. Like, let's say that somebody's going to come to you and they're going to perform a level 7 harm, but you can protect yourself from them. But if you're protecting yourself, you're going to inflict on them a level 9 harm. Do we really just measure?
Fire
this as
plant
being
stops my E, so I
aggressor
probably can't get
versus
down
somebody
nor to
defensively?
here.
Well, level 9 is above level 7, so
Yes.
that would automatically like assume that that's an unjust response to it. Like this isn't even arm and a leg at this point. This is like an arm for like an arm and a leg.
Well, yeah, but the idea is like sometimes people that are defending themselves don't have the ability to defend themselves. and pull the same
I've had this top
Usually
bush
somebody's gonna
warded
come to another
for
person
Hecarim, but he just
exactly
keeps camping
because they
top. I don't know why he's camping top.
harm.
Top
So the
is
other side
just
has to
like, dude, just
respond to
Sion. He's
this
supposed to
escalation.
just feed.
Like, it's
He's not
very
even
rare
feeding.
that somebody's
So I don't know what the
violently rapes stronger
bull is up there.
It's generally the opposite.
I mean, men do become victims at times, but
That's
I do
nice
agree with
timing.
you in the general aspect.
Yeah. So in the and even when men do, it's often because they're like say substance
Gragas is so annoying.
right? Or there can be other games. Like I'm saying in a general sense, usually somebody's bringing a certain level of harm, you usually have to increase it.
Up Graves
And
again.
then oftentimes you're trying to end the harm. fight, you probably have to go, right? Like if somebody shows up outside your house and they're ready to throw punches, they're like, let's fight, I'm ready to fucking box, right? Well, you could go out and like, okay, fuck it, let's box. Or you could get a gun or a knife or whatever, be like, I need you to leave. Like you can't just come and attack me. I'm not gonna entertain your challenge for a fight.
I mean, like, I don't agree in the sense that like you have to. I wouldn't necessarily say you have to go like overboard in your defense measures, right? Like, I feel like a lot of the measures that like are often used, like for instance, like using a gun, is just like it's just this huge thing. Like,
well, like
obviously rape is awful.
Well, let's like focus on the defensive thing right here, right? If you're defending against something, you always have to escalate. Otherwise, you're just having a fun fight, right? Don't you always have to? Like, let's say somebody shows up outside with a knife, okay? And somebody's like, oh shit, like somebody comes with a knife, they're gonna go to home. Like, would the answer be like, okay, I'm gonna go grab my knife from downstairs, and we're gonna knife fight? Well, no, you're always gonna escalate to the next level because they're aggressive on you. You want to end the conflict, not entertain like a fun challenge.
Pretty sure he doesn't have his ult.
I guess, but I mean, the thing is, obviously, you try to treat the situation if you can, but also if you can't, I mean, you have to defend yourself in some way. If someone's putting a knife up to you and is trying to harm you with it, then yeah, you can kill that person because that person is doing serious harm to you.
Sure,
And
but if
you
it's a
think
guy
there's
that's like,
no nuance.
yeah, but if it's a guy that's 2x larger than you, and he
Oh, Graves ult. Here it comes. There it is. Third time in a row I died to Graves ult.
Probably.
He's always
Wait, no,
here.
hold on,
I
wait,
feel
let's.
like harm is so vague.
Graham's going
though.
top
No
again for
harm
some
is,
reason.
like,
Bottom
we
of the
don't-
gank. We're about to lose first tower blood. Oh, I think it's first tower blood. Oh no, Hecarim's top again. We've already lost 2 dragons and their 80 carries getting fed.
Somebody comes up with this, they're gonna inflict the level
Ooh,
5
there's
level
nothing to do
another
top.
person. The only way that you can respond is better level 9 or 10, right? Doesn't that person have the right to respond and escalate if the other person's the one bringing the fight? Because the other person's already escalating, right? They're going from 0 harm to bringing it up to a 5. So don't you have a right to shut it down and you can't respond at the appropriate level?
I mean, they have a right to some extent, but I feel like they also have a moral justification to try non-lethal methods, to try expose all those other methods.
Yep.
And,
And
all
we agree.
those...
We agree with that, right? That's
Okay.
why, like, if a 9-year-old comes up to me, we're not pulling out the AR-15 and like throwing you away on the sidewalk, right? We could probably just push his head away. But like in the case of rape, we're typically talking about a power unbalanced situation where one side doesn't have the ability to non-violently the other. So in that case, some level of violence is going to be brought out, and that is oftentimes going to be lethal, right? We can say that, like, for purposes of our conversation, we can say that a woman might have the obligation to do air games with something first if she has that. That's fair, maybe. But, like, ultimately, if push comes to shove, is one person forced to bear the actions of an aggressor instead of, like, taking lethal actions against the aggressor? Like, it seems like there's only one or the other. Why
I mean, it's like, that's the thing though. It's like you don't, and this is kind of similar how I feel about abortion. It sucks to have to say to somebody, I don't, you know, because a lot of time people hear my position or hear my tweet, and my opinions are more nuanced than that now. But like when they saw my tweet, they thought, oh, this person's pro-rape. This person's saying that women should just sit there and take it. And it's like, no, I just don't think that like it's the worst thing in the world.
Why is he top again? Dude, why
feel
is he
like
up top
if
again
you're
and
gonna
dying?
kill
What the
somebody,
fuck?
if that person could become a good person later in life, you know, rapists like have a really high.
They could,
rate
but
of,
are
like,
you expecting to bear the crimes of that person when they're on their own personal journey of redemption?
I mean, like, I don't think it's moral to, but see, this is tricky for me. I mean, like, I guess you shouldn't have to, but it's probably better if you could let the person live. I think that'd be the better thing
We're not
to do.
talking about just
I'm not
letting
gonna-
them
I'm
live.
not-
We're talking about whether or not you have to bear the aggression that they're levying on you. Maybe in the
Yeah,
case of
and that's the thing is, like, I'm not gonna judge somebody. If
well,
they
we're not talking
decide-
about your personal judgments. We're just talking about the ethics of the.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh my god, he missed his ult.
I'm not what I said. I don't think you do it, but I think in some rare cases it might be justified. Because in the vast majority of rapes, these are like people you know, right?
We're not talking about. We're only looking at statistics, the psychology of that. We're just only looking at
Okay.
somebody knows that somebody's gonna rape them. They're in the process of getting raped, and the only way they can respond is with lethal force. Shouldn't that person have the right to
Yeah.
kill the other person, or do they have to just get raped because they're not allowed to?
I mean, is this person, like, hypothetically, is this person a stranger? Is this from someone that this person knows?
Oh, he's still
'Cause
on
if
the
it's
wave.
someone
Okay,
they
let's go
know,
bottom.
then that's gonna make, like, the question, like, a lot more, like, oh my, you know?
I don't think it's meaningful, but you can explore the difference if you want. Let's say somebody you know.
Yeah, well, if it's like a family member or like a close friend and you're killing them because of that, I mean, that's gonna have like a lot of impact, and I just.
Well, sure, but now we're getting into psychology. I don't care about impact.
Okay,
That's
okay,
up for,
fine.
Because
fine,
getting raped can have a
fine.
lot of impact as well, right?
Yeah, it can. It can definitely lead to some negative psychological.
So shouldn't the
effects.
agency be on the side of the defender here to decide how they want to deal with the situation? Because you keep saying like it could have negative psychological implications. Well, the defender can choose not to do anything then if they want. They can just get raped and then see how it goes afterwards. But right now we're trying to figure out ethically, do they have an ethical right to defend themselves with lethal force?
Technically, yes, I would say, but I would like heavily hesitate that probably not the right thing.
How can we say something is ethical? What do you mean by ethical right? What would right with
I
respect
mean, you can make a very strong stance to argue that this is justified to prevent the harm of the person. There is no other way to prevent that harm of that person. Therefore, it is fine to do so in this case. I would just say though that I just don't believe that it justifies murder doing so. There's a lot of times where a person in our life, but I don't think the proper response of that is to shoot the other person to avoid any negative effects. Now, obviously, this is an extreme case of that.
Sure. Let's say that you weigh. Let's say that you're a 100-pound woman, and you walk in, and there's a 250-pound elite level bodybuilder about to rape you 5 years old. Child survivor, no problem. But it would be a little traumatized, a little worse for wear. Do you think in that case you have a right to murder the 250-pound bodybuilder, or do you think that because murder is worse than like surviving rape, do you think it's unethical?
This is really tricky because you're putting me in a tight, like, cause, you know, this is like probably the most justifiable case.
Well, but how is it
right?
justifiable? The child's not going to die. It's killing somebody else. It's not severe inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience nonetheless. Right?
I mean, there's like studies that like, you know, kids who like get raped, like they have that, you know, it's psychological for the rest of their life, and also just kind of a really sick person, such a thing.
I mean, most rapes are probably going to be pretty psychological for the rest of your life, but.
Yeah, I would hope that, I mean, in that case, it's probably pretty okay. Murder the person.
Still doing more harm than what they'd be doing with rape.
Yeah, he had a ton of water at the park.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, you know, it's like, I don't think killing is good, but if it prevents it's like, the person's not gonna die, and that's good. Like, the person has a chance, that's the thing, the person has a chance to, like, the 5-year-old could, after being raped, potentially live a normal life, free of, like, psychological effects, or, well, maybe some. I just feel like the other person never really gets that chance.
They did get a chance, but arguably, keep in mind, the other person is not randomly being killed, right? Them getting killed is a consequence of them violating the agency of another person. And assuming they understand what they're entering into, right, that should be factored into the choice. It's kind of like they have the agency to make a choice in action violating the agency of the person. So it's not like it's just random that like, oh my god, a boulder fell off the cliff and this person died.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that person is doing something inherently despicable, and obviously that person knows the dangers of what they're doing and the moral, like, wrong of what they're doing. I'm just very, like, pro giving people chances. I'm pro prison reform. I'm pro all of this, so I hate to see it. But
sure, but prison reform and all that is
extreme
different.
point,
That's when we're not avoiding harm at that point. Now we're just like meting out consequences, right, or punishment. That's a different type of thing. Criminal justice system. We're not dealing with people that are actively harming somebody or about to harm somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say in this case it's okay.
Okay.
I mean, you're giving me the most extreme case, obviously.
Sure, that's okay. But now I'm
But I'm not gonna cry that this person's dying, you know?
Sure. So let's blow this rule out then to all of society. Let's look at 2 different principles that we could use to analyze the ethics of these interactions. In one society, a person that is raping somebody ought never to be killed. That would actually be punishable because we don't want to kill people just for doing something that's less than killing somebody. Okay. And then in another society, people can be killed just for raping somebody. Which of these societies do you think overall would be like the moral a society where people can rape with impunity?
I would say the better society is the one where nobody gets killed. The reason for this is because feminists have blurred the definition of what rape is so much that like.
Wait, hold on.
people
We're
can
not
make an
talking about feminist definitions or anything weird. I'm talking about guy holds a girl down, forces his penis in her vagina, or woman holds a guy down, forces her vagina in whatever. I'm talking about good old-fashioned rape. Okay, not the new stuff, not the new, not the Zoomer rape. Well, no. Well, we're still in an ethical world of hypotheticals for particular matters. So in one world, you're allowed to good old-fashioned rape with impunity, and in the other world, you're allowed to good old-fashioned shoot in the head people that try to rape. What world is a better world? Morally.
I'm gonna give a slight preference to the one where no one dies. I think they're both bad worlds, and I think that, you know, obviously this is why extremes are bad, in my personal opinion. I tend to believe the one where less people die in the general scheme of things, because I believe that a human life, I'm pro-life, I believe human life is more important than anything else. So if we have a
sure,
life,
but how do you? Okay, well, so let's. So the world where more people are raped, but less people die, is better than the world where more people die and less people are raped.
Has been destroyed.
Yeah, because I mean, these are people's lives that we're talking about here. Like, if you have some people that are traumatized for life, that sucks. But they can survive it and they can make it through that. The person who gets killed has no chance of redemption, no chance of any of that. So as awful as it is, I tend to go with the one where people at least have that chance.
Okay, do you think that all human life is morally equal?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, let's say we have two people in a room. Let's say that we have three people in a room. Okay, we have person A, person B, person C. Person Z is tied to each other. Okay, so you've got person A and person B. A has a gun. This guy is supposed to kill person Z, and B is just standing there. Do you think that there is a moral equivalence between killing A and B?
Well, I think the one exception to this is when someone is literally threatening the life of somebody else.
Okay, sorry, let me back it off to a different thing. Person Z is instead somebody tied to a bed. A might rape that person. B is never going to be standing there. A is going to rape Z. Do you think there's a moral equivalence between killing A and killing B? One is about the rape. One is about the rape person.
So I think it would be worse to kill the person tied up than the person, like...
No, not the person tied up. We're talking about two people in a row. One of them wants to rape the tied up person, the other one is just standing there exactly right there. Do you think there's a moral equivalence between killing these two people?
I think that it's more morally justified to kill the person raping if doing so prevents the rape of the other person tied up.
Okay, that's good. I agree with that. So backing up, you made a statement. You said human life is incredibly important. I would argue against that. I don't think human life is intrinsically or unequivocally incredibly important. I think that there are things that you can do to trade away kind of the importance of your life. One of those things would be aggressing on other people. The more extreme version of this would be incredible aggressions against other people. So for instance, when you are willing to murder somebody, or less severely, when you're willing to rape somebody, it feels like the value of your life when held in comparison to other people's lives, especially your victim, is going to be severely diminished. And I feel like this is a justification for things like punishment for crime, jail time, like the reason why we're willing to take away some level of freedom or violence against other people, even through violence, is punishment, because they have kind of given away a bit of that value or a bit of that moral consideration. Do you think, or do you disagree?
I would say, like...
And the reason why I'm going to argue that you agree with that, just before you say it, so it doesn't feel like I'm trying to, like, corner you, is because you told me that killing person A would be better than killing person B because A was about the rape. It seems like even in your mind, intuitively, you feel like human life is
the problem goes to right? We get to points where, oh, this person did this thing, this person is a blank, therefore we can humanize them, therefore their life is worth less, therefore they get murdered. And I feel like that's a dangerous road to go down. I mean, this has nothing to do with, like, alright, let's go outside for a second. When people say on Twitter that they love to just kill pedophiles and rapists and they wish they would all just, like, die, or, you know, they put these fantasies, right?
Yep.
This is, like, similar ideology to what was used against LGBT people in the past. Like, think about the pink triangle.
But let's get away from that.
They were all lumped in that.
Yeah, let's get away from Twitter stuff. So let's ask, is dehumanization necessarily a bad thing? When we say dehumanization, what do we really mean here? Or I can give you a definition and you can tell me if I agree or disagree, because I'm not trying to trap you in a definition.
Sure. Give me
So,
your definition.
I think that when we talk about dehumanization in general, I think we're usually talking about treating somebody like they're not a human. I think that's kind of like the common way of looking at it. I would argue that for the purpose of an ethical conversation, when we talk about dehumanizing somebody, we're talking about stripping them of their moral consideration. So whether or not we ought to harm them or not, right? I would argue that in that sense, if you agree with that level of dehumanization, I would argue that in that sense, dehumanization isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because if somebody is about to go and kill 2 people, or even about to go and kill 1 person, it seems like we value that person's life. We have less moral consideration for them than the person that they're going to kill. Maybe because you can argue that they're performing a form of dehumanization themselves.
Yeah, but I would argue that like it's wrong to dehumanize people. When you dehumanize these people who've done these awful things, you're distancing yourself from them. When
Sure,
it's
but
like
the question
anyone
might
has the
be
ability to do these things.
Sure, but so here's another question. Are we dehumanizing them, or are they arguably dehumanizing themselves, and then we treat them appropriately? So for instance, if a dog were to come up and try to kill somebody, or let's say a dog was going to run up to bite somebody, but it might be a really bad bite, do we have the right to kick or kill that dog?
Well, I don't value a dog's life as much as a human's life. So if the dog
It is July 22nd, 2022, and you're watching The Code Report. The programming languages that people love to hate are disappearing quickly. Microsoft killed JavaScript with TypeScript, Apple killed Objective-C with Swift, JetBrains killed Java with Kotlin, and now Google is stepping up to the plate with the biggest challenge of all, C++. It just announced a new experimental language called Carbon, which is designed to match the performance of C++ with LLVM while being able to interop with existing C++ code bases. That's a big deal because C++ is by far the most prolific language when it comes to building high-performance, low-level systems. C++ has been around since 1983 and has accumulated a lot of technical debt in the process. The creator of C++ once said, quote, "Within C++, there is a much smaller and cleaner language struggling to get out. The problem with making C++ better today is that it's such an important language for so many code bases that it needs to focus more on standardization as opposed to evolving the design to what modern developers want. It's really hard to change an established technology.
This sucks. Change it.
Like when Python 2 went to Python 3, the changes weren't that extreme, but it's still very painful for anybody wanting to migrate a codebase, and also all the content on the web and Stack Overflow becomes stale. One could argue it's actually a good thing that C++ doesn't try to change too aggressively. Carbon is designed to be a successor language for C++, which is no small undertaking, but Google is no stranger to creating programming languages. It gave us Go and Dart, which are both very well liked in the industry. At this point, Carbon doesn't have a good logo or mascot, but I'm sure it will get one eventually. You might also be wondering, why not just use a modern memory-safe language like Rust? First of all, not all C++ developers actually like Rust, but more importantly, Carbon is designed for easy adoption by existing C++ codebases and developers. It has bidirectional interoperability with C++, which means you can use existing C++ libraries in Carbon seamlessly, or vice versa. Now, I've only been coding for about 12 years, which isn't nearly enough time to learn C++, but let's take a look at some code anyway. To run Carbon at this point, you'll need to install Google's build tool Bazel as well as LLVM to build it. To say hello world, we have a main function that uses print with a string literal. It looks pretty simple, but if you've never seen a C++ hello world that uses this character out bullshit, then it looks like a revolutionary improvement. But a bigger feature is the fact that it supports a modern generic system. Generics allow you to pass types as parameters to classes and functions, a common pattern in statically typed languages. But C++ takes a different approach that's often misused and abused called templates. Carbon still supports templates, but generics will provide a bunch of advantages in most situations. But more importantly, Carbon looks to improve upon memory safety patterns. In C++, you can have uninitialized variables, which can sometimes be important for performance, but more often than not, they just result in bugs. And memory access bugs can be very dangerous when hackers learn to exploit them. Carbon has an entire doc on its safety strategy, and basically it tries to be as safe as possible without hurting performance or interoperability with C++. And it can be run in different modes like debug, performance, and hardened, depending on how much you want to prioritize memory safety. Notably, it doesn't use mechanisms like borrow checking, reference counting, or garbage collection like you might find in other languages. Sounds pretty cool, so when can I start using it? Well, at this point it's experimental, and it's an extremely ambitious project. It'll likely be multiple years before this language is production ready. Now, even though Google just implemented a hiring freeze, employers are already looking to hire Carbon developers. You just need to have 10 years of Carbon experience to apply. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Cloudflare workers and Vercel edge functions. And just a few days ago, Next.js released version 12.2 with the ability to opt into the edge for server-side rendering and API routes. Sounds edgy, but what does that even mean? Is it some magic new way to make web apps faster, or just marketing nonsense you can ignore?
Coca-Cola with a new taste, a new explosion of wonderfulness in your mouth.
I did some actual benchmarking between Vercel edge functions and Firebase cloud functions to find out which one is faster in the real world, and the results are absolutely shocking. But first, what even is edge computing? Well, traditionally, when you deploy a web app, you rent out a computer that lives in a physical data center somewhere around the world, like US East 2, Africa South 1, or Tatooine West 4. Because you're poor, you can only afford this one virtual machine, so all requests around the world go to that same server. The problem is that your users are all around the world. The speed of light is fast, but not instant. So being physically closer is faster in theory. Web developers have known about this problem for a long time and have been using content delivery networks to distribute, duplicate, or cache static files like HTML, CSS, and jQuery on servers all around the world. That means if someone from Sri Lanka visits your website, they get an image hosted in Bangladesh as opposed to Iowa on the other side of the world. That's awesome for static files, but it doesn't really work when you have a dynamic server that needs to execute some code when a request comes in. Edge computing changes that. It's like a CDN for a full-blown server. That means when you hit deploy, it doesn't just go to a single data center, but is distributed all around the world. As a developer, they work just like serverless functions like AWS Lambda, but without cold starts and are executed closer to your end users. Sounds awesome, but what's the catch? Well, in order for the system to scale, there needs to be a very minimal runtime. That means Node.js and the million NPM packages you have installed aren't going to work, at least not out of the box. You'll have to bundle them with Webpack, and the total size of your bundled code can't exceed 1 megabyte. That requirement can disqualify a lot of applications, but the good news is that many modern full-stack frameworks like SvelteKit, Nux.js, and now Next.js have implemented the ability to render on the edge. What's especially cool about Next.js is that it gives you the ability to opt into the edge on specific API routes or pages. All you have to do is export a configuration object from that route. It's nice to have that flexibility because what I'm about to say next might shock you. Edge computing is not always faster. In fact, it can be significantly slower in certain situations. Allow me to demonstrate demonstrate. In this project, I have a Next.js app along with a Firebase Cloud Functions backend. I'll be comparing Next.js API routes, which get deployed as serverless functions, to Firebase Cloud Functions that run on HTTP. The main difference is that Firebase runs on the Google Cloud Platform infrastructure, while the Next.js code runs on Vercel's Edge network. In this first experiment, I have a function that simply returns a JSON response with the text of hello world. One thing that's worth noting is that you'll notice in the Firebase function, we're using Express.js to handle that, but in the Vercel function, we're using web APIs because our npm packages and core node modules are not available. The next thing I did is deploy both backends to the cloud, using Firebase deploy and Vercel deploy respectively. From there, I opened up Insomnia to test out both endpoints from my location in the United States. The Firebase function generally gives a response time of around 150 milliseconds, which is pretty fast. However, it is subject to cold starts, which means that if it's not been used recently, you can expect response times that go beyond 3 or 4 seconds, which is not fast and could be a deal breaker for certain types of apps. The cool thing about Vercel Edge functions is that there's no cold start. And not only that, but I'm getting consistently higher response times than I am on Firebase. The problem though is that testing from my own computer isn't a very good benchmark. What we need to do is test from servers all around the world. Luckily, there's a free tool on the internet for debugging CDN issues that's perfect for testing stuff like this. It makes requests from different locations around the world and measures the speed of the response time. What we're most interested in is the time to first byte, which is basically the amount of time it takes for us to get our data from the server. After running it on both backends, we can see that Firebase is very fast in the United States. It's a little bit slower in Europe and a lot slower in Japan and Australia. Why is that? Well, this cloud function is hosted in Google's US Central 1, which is in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Dallas got the fastest response time because it's only 500 miles away. New York was second, which is 1,000 miles away, and then San Francisco was third, which is about 1,500 miles away. Bangalore was the slowest, which is interesting because technically it's closer than Sydney, and I think the only logical explanation is that the Earth is actually flat, requiring longer underwater cables to get there. Good luck explaining that one, globetards.
Fatality.
Now, if we look at the Vercel Edge function results, we get more consistently fast response times around the world. Like Sydney was actually twice as fast as Dallas. Bangalore once again has a high response time, but that's mostly due to a long DNS lookup. So the Edge is clearly faster overall, but here's where things get interesting. What if your Edge function needs to query data from a database or API? Imagine you have an Edge function in New Zealand, but your database lives in New York City. In that case, the Edge function will need to go all the way to New York City, then all the way back to New Zealand. The end result is a much longer round trip. You'd actually be much better off with just a single server close to your database in New York City, even if the request came from New Zealand. To demonstrate this, I've created some data in Google's Firestore database. Then I created a new Vercel function that requests this data from the Firestore REST API using fetch and returns it as the response. In the Firebase function, I'm doing basically the same thing, but instead using the Firebase admin SDK to make the request. Now, when data fetching is involved, Firebase has a huge advantage because the data lives in the same exact data center as the cloud function. Council Bluffs, Iowa. Vercel's Edge network is built on top of AWS, so the closest it can get is Cleveland, Ohio. When we run the test again, you can see that Firebase got a little bit slower with data fetching, but the trend is the same, where it's faster in the United States than it is elsewhere in the world. The crazy thing though is that when we run this test on Vercel, not only did it get slower, but it got to the point of being unacceptably slow. Like Sydney now has a full 1 second response time, which is more than 10 times slower than it was previously, and about 3 times slower than the Firebase function. Somehow Bangalore got faster, which means the Earth must not be flat after all, and is in fact donut shaped. The bottom line is that the Edge is much slower when remote data fetching is involved. The only way to avoid that is to also distribute your database around the world. There are databases designed to do that, like Cassandra, or you might use a secondary database as a cache, like Redis. The cool thing about Next.js is that its engineers are well aware of this, and that's why they allow you to opt into Edge functions on specific routes. It's not an all or nothing decision, which really allows you to fine-tune performance. Now, the other thing to keep in mind here is that you can also cache responses from functions. That means if your database is far away, you can cache the initial response, so you don't have to make the full round trip on all subsequent requests. Let's go ahead and benchmark that as well. In the Vercel function, I'm going to use the most basic form of caching by setting a cache control header that has a max age of 300 seconds or 5 minutes. When a new request comes in, it will send a response like normal and then cache it on the edge. That cached value will stay valid for 5 minutes before a new response is generated. That's important because it means it won't do that full round trip to the database if a cached version is already available. Now, what might surprise you is that Firebase Cloud Functions can also cache responses on the edge as well. To do that, we have to route them through Firebase hosting, which has a built-in CDN powered by Fastly. That can be accomplished by rewriting a route and hosting to a cloud function. Then in the function code, I'm also setting a cache control header just like I did in the Vercel function. And now we can run our benchmark again. What you'll notice is that they're both extremely fast, delivering responses between 10 and 50 milliseconds. At this point, we're basically just comparing the speed of their CDNs, and based on my sample, it looks like Firebase is more consistently fast. But at this point, they're both so fast that the end user would never notice. I think the only way to properly describe it is
Blazingly fast.
the one issue with Firebase functions, though, is that you still have the cold start. However, it is possible to run them with a minimum number of instances, which means you always have at least n number of functions running, therefore no cold starts, but each instance will cost you about $5 per month. And that's what it's like to live life on the edge. If you want to learn more about building apps with Next and Firebase together, check out my full course on Fireship.io. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Whenever I see people who look like this, they radiate so much insecurity that it actually gives me like sympathy, discomfort. If I was around him, I feel like even though this dude's a trafficker, I would feel like this overwhelming empathetic urge to like offer him like a tissue he can cry into, or like a water bottle or something. I don't know, because he's not okay. Speaking of Sigma males, did anyone see this banger on Twitter? What's this guy's name?
Girls' holidays every other month. What would you do if I was going on girls' holidays every other month?
I'd have to shut that down. I think it's disrespectful.
Do you go on a holiday?
I could never.
Look at this Pitbull. Look at this Pitbull looking motherfucker. Goddamn Sigma. Actually, I think personally that he looks ridiculous, but you know.
I want to be with me. No one to. We go on holidays together. We go places together. When I have to go places with just the boys, you stay home.
It could just be like women just go on holiday to have fun.
And men will try and sleep with you.
So? Does it mean the women are?
Correct.
This is what I'm saying.
Agreed. No, agreed. Agreed. It's not what reality, because we agree.
Yes, you do.
We agree.
Okay.
No, we don't move on to the next question. No, we agree.
Do you guys, so right off the bat, do you guys want like a quick self-esteem pointer right here? Okay. If you wear shades indoors like this, you are like 2 bad days away from killing yourself. If the energy this guy is projecting, like through his presentation right here, is literally like, if the next time I talk to my dad, if he doesn't tell me he's proud of me, like that's it, you know? These are like the most, he's an actual human trafficker. That makes sense to me. That fits. Wait, is this the guy who posted that pic that went viral, which was like, huh, I never seen a movie. You guys look at Batman, I have this fancy car. Is this that guy? Or is that a different crazy guy? Wasn't he married to like a famous lady or something? Okay, yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah. He's a kickboxer and his eyes have been f***ed up. He's photosensitive. Yeah, something tells me that the choice of shades here has very little to do with medical necessity. Yeah, it's Andrew Tate. Where's the meme about the not seeing movies? No. Anyway, the reason why he wears shades is because without them, he looks like this. You can always tell. If you, is this the guy? Is shades indoors like this? You are like 2 bad days away from killing yourself. If the energy this guy is projecting, like through his presentation right here, is literally like, if the next time I talk to my dad, if he doesn't tell me he's proud of me, like that's it, you know? These are like the most, he's an actual human trafficker. That makes sense to me. That fits. Wait, is this the guy who posted that pic that went viral, which was like, huh, I never seen a movie. You guys look at Batman, I have this fancy car. Is this that guy? Or is that a different crazy guy? Wasn't he married to like a famous lady or something? Okay, yeah, I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah. He's a kickboxer and his eyes have been f***ed up. He's photosensitive. Yeah, something tells me that the choice of shades here has very little to do with medical necessity. Yeah, it's Andrew Tate. Where's the meme about the not seeing movies? No. Anyway, the reason why he wears shades is because without them, he looks like this. You can always tell. I'm Googling him now, and like in every photo, this guy either is wearing the shades and is like fronting hard, or he's not wearing them and looks like he doesn't want to be photographed. I'm telling you, man. You know, shades lie. They lie to you. Why is his face a different angle than his head? Even his face is trying to get away from him. Yeah, I can't find that meme, dude. God damn it. Whatever. Is this the meme you mean? Yes, this one. Classic. Never seen Star Wars. None of them. Never will. Oh my god, you're missing out. Maybe. You're missing out on being a multimillionaire. Keep your movie. It's so fucking good. Here you go about the sex trafficking. Police raid MAGA, king, of course, obviously it's MAGA. King of toxic masculinity, human trafficking investigation. Oh, wait, this just happened. Holy shit, this like just happened. Prominent pro-Trump. It's because all Trump supporters are sex traffickers. This is true. Kickboxer, Trump supporter. Oh, hey, PJW and Posobiec. We got it. Anyway, this is always going to be one of those, like, this is confidence to a person with no confidence, you know? Like, it's like this is a stupid man's idea of what a smart man looks like kind of deal. But whenever I see people who look like this, they radiate so much insecurity that it actually gives me, like, sympathy, discomfort. If I was around him, I feel like even though this dude's a sex trafficker, I would feel like this overwhelming empathetic urge to, like, offer him, like, a tissue he can cry into, or, like, a water bottle or something. I don't know. Because he's not okay.
We agree. You're right. They're going to try, and you're not going to let them. I agree. If I walk out to the car park, it doesn't matter how good the locks are on my car. If someone's trying to break into my car, am I going to let them keep trying? No.
Michaela Peterson went on a vacation with him while her dad was in the hospital. Yeah, I think I remember that. Michaela Peterson, JP's daughter. This dude. Almost certainly.
It's disrespectful. It's mine. And no one can hear it because it's mine. No one's going to try and steal it. For me to put it in a place where people are going to try and steal it is nothing less than irresponsible. My female is taken care of and has a fantastic life. She does not need to go on holidays to fucking Mykonos and be a hoe on some random table. On some random table because her friend met some dude on fucking Tinder. No. Stay home. Stay home.
This dude's getting NAM flashbacks here. Holy shit, that got specific to me.
Responsible. My female is taken care of and has a fantastic life. She does not need to go on holidays to Mykonos and be a hoe on some random table. On some random table because her friend met some dude on fucking Tinder. No. Stay home. Stay home.
She does not need to spend her time with any Joseph, who she met at the airport during her travel, and she certainly does not need to spend an entire weekend at a hotel with him. And frankly, the fact that you think it's okay for her to give him roadhead while he drives her back to my place afterwards is fucking disgusting. It's very specific. I like that. I hope he's doing okay. I don't really. I don't care if he's unhappy. But, you know. What is this? From...
Not really love women. I have nothing against women. I believe women are the most precious things on the planet. They create life. They should be protected. They should be provided for. I would never let a woman pay for a bill. I would never let a woman... if someone touched any of my women, I would stand up against 10 men by myself and risk my life to protect her. I believe that women are beautiful creatures. I just don't think that they're as emotionally calm as men in stressful situations.
Wait, from this guy? This guy can barely control himself. Okay. That's good. Ladies? Do we have any... we can pause this for a panty changing break if you all need a minute.
I don't think they can fight like a man can. And for the same reason, I would never drop my children in an all-male nursery. I think that's strange and weird. I would only drop them in an all-female nursery. Women do...
Wait, aren't nurseries the places where babies are at hospitals? Wait, what? I don't think you drop... Does he mean daycare? Is that what does he mean daycare? Wait, is he saying preschool can be referred to as nursery or daycare? Oh, is that like a cultural difference? Okay, different term. Wait, he wouldn't want his 2-year-old daughters to be around 2-year-old boys? Okay.
Certain things and men do certain things. And we live in a world now where the whole idea of the roles has been conflated to the fact where if I come along and say women are better with children, men are better at fighting, I'm somehow fucking sexist when it's clearly true. There's nothing wrong with stating the facts. It's the truth. Not really love them.
Nice. I don't know why the fuck they'd add music to that. This dude's viral TikTok compilation, apparently. No, we can't watch it anymore. It's all the same. Do it? No, it gets boring. All right.
I don't believe in depression. Don't mess with me about depression because I don't believe in it. If you're asleep in your bed in the middle of the night and you hear a noise and you believe in ghosts, now you're afraid. But if you don't believe in ghosts, it's the wind and you go back to sleep. You give the ghosts power by believing in them. Your house is only haunted if you believe in ghosts. Belief is a powerful thing. I would stand in front of you, and I want to tell you that I could punch you as hard as I can in your sternum, and I could fracture it and send a splinter into your heart. Would you allow me to...
This is an incredibly shitty tattoo. When did he get this? Did he get this after becoming wealthy? Yeah, sorry, that's distracted.
Your heart. Would you allow me to try? You wouldn't because you know I believe I can. I believe I can hurt any man on the...
What?
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The planet. And that's why people are afraid of it. And you believe depression is a crippling disease, and that's why you're afraid of it.
This man has no dick. Well, if this guy did have a dick, he probably wouldn't need to like try this hard to bunch of women, right? I have to assume this is a component of dickless compensation. Don't do trans men dirty like that. It's a spiritual dicklessness. Trans men have more dick than this guy.
Breathe air. You don't need...
Or I guess I should say, have you ever seen a trans man embarrass himself like this? This is, look, huge credit to trans guys, by the way. I can't take 2 steps on Twitter without seeing trans women tripping over themselves to be the most embarrassing human alive. But every trans man on that platform is holding frame. Feet planted squarely. Stance grounded. Frame held. Big respect. Fuck Angel, though? Yeah, well, I don't see him on the TL, and he gets ratioed every time he does anything.
Vape. Have you ever seen anyone with a vape? Have you ever sat in a room? You go, wait, oh, let me just, a vape's done charging. Load it up.
Zan?
And then some motherfucker's like, oh, it's bad for me. Duh. How are people surprised by this shit? And now they're all over Twitter and on the news. Maybe we should do something about it. No, don't do anything. If you're so fucking stupid, it didn't cross your mind at some point that permanently sucking on this vape was going to damage you in some way, you deserve what happens to your dumb ass. And what kind of parent lets their 16-year-old vape anyway? If I had a 16-year-old son, he's like, I got a vape. Get out of here, vape. You can push ups. You ain't got time to vape. You go do
This is such weak stand-up. I guess it's better than him rambling about how if women aren't literally, like crucified so they can't move, that they'll cheat on him or whatever, but, it's very weak stand-up. Jin Suresh, I will never watch this video, ever. I will never watch it because you keep linking it. I was gonna watch it. It was actually the next thing we were gonna do this stream. But this is the 17th time you've linked it, and because of that, we're not watching it. You should know how this works. You've been here long enough. Jin, I should ban you. Hey, watch this video. Hey, watch this video. Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing. Unrelated. Hey, watch this video. 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 Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing. Unrelated thing for a while. Is that it? Did we do it? Okay. That's the reason. You gotta chill. I'm not watching it. want them right now? Yeah, they'd love that, wouldn't they? We can't reward bad behavior.
Push-ups. I decided, I didn't even decide, I realized that I can actually, genuinely, right now, nothing will stop me.
Dude, I can't. These are so cringy, dude. I can't do it, man. Holy shit. It would be so funny if he wasn't being serious. But the fact that he is being... Oh my god. No, he's memeing? No, he's not.
I have a Batcave.
Okay, yep.
I have an Alfred.
Okay.
I have a Batmobile, a Bugatti.
Yep.
I can fight.
Yep. Richest. You can afford body armor and all the crap that
All the
Batman
crap, I
needs,
can buy
yeah.
it all. I'm charismatic. There is nothing stopping me putting on a suit and being Batman.
Okay, I can't play the song in full because of copyright. The song that's playing here, you guys recognize it from the Batman, right?
And being Batman.
Okay, can I be real? This shit, Nirvana, yeah. But like, when it was in the movie, this shit slapped harder than it's ever slapped before, okay? Maybe I just have a little edgy Nirvana grunge boy inside of me, but when that shit dropped in the movie, I was fully right in there. I was right. I know it's a good song. I'm just saying that song was used to perfection right there, you know? It was employed. Yeah, it slapped hard. Holy shit. I still haven't watched the movie. It's a really good movie. Unfortunately, the first person the Riddler kills was before the movie started. It was actually the editor of the entire project. So they had to continue the movie with no editing. Every single bit of footage that they shot, they had to use in the film, which is unfortunate. But you know, outside of that, everyone else was bringing their A game. God damn! Holy shit! I feel like this guy's 50% serious, 50% memes, kind of like when 4chaners meme. No, when 4chaners meme, that's not memeing. Okay, let me explain the difference, all right? Really important, okay? So, sarcasm and irony have to be employed distinctly when they're used in order for them to work. If you are making a joke or saying something that's like kind of a joke but kind of plays on elements of your belief, it has to be distinguishable. But if you can't do that, then what you're doing is you're doing like the Schrodinger's radical thing, which is like incredibly cringe. The end state of this point is the fact that the average 4chaner doesn't actually know what they believe. The average 4chaner, the average 4chaner isn't memeing, because when you're memeing, you're saying things that you don't believe. But the average 4chaner has been marinating in a pool of irony for so long that they can no longer distinguish between the things they do and don't really believe, and it's just contextual. Whether or not they believe it is determined by whether or not it's advantageous for them to believe it at that moment. This is critical to the psyche of fascism. And I mean that sincerely, by the way. This is where, you know, all that 1984, like, duck speak, double think, blah, blah. The ability to simultaneously believe and not believe something is critical to the logic of fascism, because it necessitates the employment of rhetorical tactics that allow you to, like, circumvent reality, basically. That's like the core of it, basically. Yeah, religious belief also does this to an extent, but the difference is that, like, religiosity often involves, like, speaking on the metaphysical, which is a bit more ambiguous by its nature, whereas, like, it's possible for people to sincerely believe or not believe things that are entirely, like, empirical. You know what I mean? A good example would be, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a really clear-cut example here, you know? Have you ever gotten the feeling that... Have you ever been arguing with a conservative, and they've said something that's objectively incorrect, that can be, like, factually disproven, and you prove them wrong, and they're like, oh, haha, okay, sure. And they have no counter-argument. And you know for a fact that they still believe that thing, even though they just admitted that it's wrong. That's the phenomena that I'm talking about. People do this often with, like, trivial stuff, but the ability to do this habitually, even with, like, serious political stuff, requires significant brain damage. And that's why I don't believe any of the, like, fake memeing thing. It's like that John Doyle video about Beauty and the Beast, where his chat was, like, jerking, or, like, the YouTube comments were, like, masturbating over what an epic memester he is, and, like, no one can decipher the truth from his jokes. And it was just him saying, like, 99 retarded things, and, like, 3 of them he doesn't really believe, and the other ones he does. But, like, which 3 he doesn't actually believe, because then what he's being called out for in that moment. That's not good memeing. Like, that's not actual, like... It's not anything, really. Sam Hyde style. Yeah, Sam Hyde does this, but to Sam Hyde's credit, he's also, like, smart enough to actually be funny with a lot of the stuff that he does and says. But yes, when it comes to his actual political beliefs, he does this 100%, yeah. That's basically what you do, though, Lamau Loki. No, it's not. I make jokes, but it's incredibly clear what I believe. There's no ambiguity at all to a person who follows me what I believe. I mean, I'll make jokes, but, like, I'm fully willing to clarify anything and everything. And I don't waver in that either.
I don't think most women can actually genuinely understand how lonely the majority are. And you need to truly understand, if you're Joe Schmo, average in nearly every way, in Starbucks, working, you ain't getting a DM ever. You girls will never be lonely. as much as you might be unhappy with the possible suitors, you can at least get out and work and feel sad.
What's with the stupid music? These TikTok videos, Alpha Motivation 0, are meant for 14-year-old boys.
There are men out here in the world who have genuine loneliness. And I can prove this statistically. Why do you think it's all the men killing themselves? Some child is outside enjoying their life.
He is so goofy looking. Is it his ears?
Enjoying their life, playing with toys and smiling in the sunshine.
Nothing happens by coincidence.
I hate happiness. I hate happy children. Anyway, you're all losers. We've discussed this before. Straps am I warning? Look at the warning. Show the warning. What suit am I gonna wear? I'm gonna stay right here.
Wait, they didn't show any suits.
You're not allowed guns. But you are allowed guns if you're shooting.
Romania is where he did the sex trafficking, right? Yeah? Okay, yeah. Then maybe that's why he wants guns in Romania, so he can, like, shoot the women if they try to run.
Why is my house registered as a shooting range? Bro, you don't know me. You don't know.
Hold on, though. Have you had a serious relationship?
I have many concurrent serious relationships as we speak.
Are you poly?
No, because that means they can talk to other dudes. That's fucking haram. That's atrocious. That's disgusting. Yeah.
Right.
You're not gonna be calling me a fucking roundhouse kick in the head.
Wait, these aren't even interesting. Wait, these are boring. Where's the interesting ones? Is this one gonna be interesting?
Okay. Just so you guys know, if I had to choose between a roundhouse kick in the head from you or a blowjob knowing your history, I'd probably choose the roundhouse kick in the head.
I don't know what this... This is really embarrassing. I feel like all this is being made for the benefit of, like, an audience of 14-year-old boys who jerk off 8 times a day, and it's pulling upon memes and information that they have that I don't. I don't know how, I don't know, like, I'm looking at this image right here. Am I being made to think this is, like, a masculine image? What am I looking at? What? You can add all of the sad hip-hop you want or whatever. You're not tricking me.
If you are a parent and you have a young son, or if you're a young guy, what you need to do is ban Hollywood. Do not allow yourself to watch a movie or video ever again where a woman beats up a man, because it's not realistic and it's not true.
Holy shit! I can't fathom being this insecure, dude. This guy saw like Infinity War or something, and it's like seething, like sucking air in through his teeth because like Black Widow does a roundhouse kick at some point or something. Jesus Christ. You saw Captain Marvel once and hated it? Yeah. As a general rule, if you're looking for advice on being masculine or whatever, the last thing you ever want to look for are people who are selling themselves on being masculine. All of the enviable characteristics surrounding masculinity, like, would prevent you from being the kind of person who would market your masculinity, you know? Like, all of the, like calm, confident charisma that would like, you know, propel you in those regards just melts apart when you're trying to make it like a thing. If you ever wonder, by the way, why the women are so distrustful of men, it's because men will look up to shit like this and go like, ah, yeah, role model. You know, I honestly can't blame women given the circumstances. It's pretty difficult. All the guys that I've hooked up with are massive, so they're not touching this guy with a 10-foot pole. But if you're a woman, you might chance upon a straight guy. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This is absolutely heteroculture. The funny thing is, you know how conservatives are bitching moan about black culture and how, like, black dudes idolize like rappers, and it teaches them drugs and violence and sex or whatever. This guy right here is unironically worse in terms of inspiration for people than like almost any imaginable rap artist as like a role model for a young guy. And I guarantee you it's like 99.9% white people who follow this dude. Andrew Tate said 40% of the reason he moved to Romania was because Romanian police were less likely to pursue sexual assault allegations. We stand an honest king. This shit's always so dangerous because all the young single guys will be pulled into it and just go through life like that. I do think that there is a failure on feminism here, in that there hasn't been an alternative narrative presented to guys for how to be masculine. A lot of guys are really, really apologetic about their masculinity, which is why you have like this soy boy phenomena of guys who try to virtue signal by like performatively demonstrating how not masculine they are, which is pretty dumb. Is that feminism's fault? Yes. Any ideological movement which seeks to criticize toxic masculinity must find an alternate narrative around which to build it. Yeah. And I do think that feminism's gotten better about that, but it's not really been like the central focus. Well, it shouldn't be the central focus, but it hasn't been like something focused on enough, I don't think. Yeah. Never seen anyone in person who's apologetic of masculinity. I don't know. Maybe this is something people do online more because it's harder to read intentions online, so people tend to be a little bit more direct. But there are a lot of like left-leaning feminist guys out there that are terrified of acting like, you know, a guy because they they don't want to be assumed to be like a bad one or whatever. It's a thing, yeah. A kind of self-cucking, an ideological castration. It's unfortunate because I don't think it's that difficult to construct an alternate narrative about what it's like, what kinds of masculinity are acceptable. It's just something that hasn't really been like focused on that much. Nice guy mentality, yeah, to an extent, yeah. I'm a little scared of being a bad one. You know what? Honest to God, just can do whatever. Don't even worry about it. You don't need to be like, don't adopt harmful or negative characteristics. But there's nothing wrong with being masculine. Masculinity and femininity are just presentingly and aesthetic like opposites on a binary spectrum of presentation. They encompass basically every element of human behavior. Almost any thing that you can be or act like is charted on a masculine, feminine, or ideological spectrum. Because we created those terms to be holistic descriptors to behavior, more or less. It's all like, there's nothing wrong in being masculine. Just like, don't be a shithead. I don't think it's that hard, right? Like, oh, and by the way, here's the thing that sounds kind of meaningless. Welcome to the If you ever are worried about like putting people off or whatever, here's the thing, okay? If you're like masculine, but totally not weird and totally normal, like you're not doing anything bad, some people, mostly women, are still sometimes going to be put off by you, and that's their problem, not yours. You have to accept that, okay? If you're not doing anything wrong, instantly other people's problems remain their problems. If you're doing something wrong, then it's your problem. But if you're not, it's theirs. If you care about them, and they're put off by some elements of your behavior, you can talk about that, negotiate that, and try to find reasonable compromises to make them comfortable. That's just a normal part of the That's not even like a gender. That's just like a normal thing that people do. But if you feel, if you're like some big, deep voice, big dude, you get the feeling there are some people just kind of comfortable with that. That's their problem, you know? Obviously, I'm not suggesting that you, like, it'd be like 1 a.m. and you'd be walking around the downtown area and you just run up behind women and sprint at them. You know, it's like, oh, if they get scared by that, that's their problem. Like, don't be a fucking stupid. I'm just saying. Like, if you're just doing regular, normal self-expression shit, people get put off by it. Like, as long as you're not doing anything wrong or threatening or harmful or whatever, then you're good. Don't worry about it. And people will appreciate your behavior. Also, can I be real with you guys? Okay? Listen, this is a secret the elites don't want you to know. Okay, George Soros does not want you to know this. But it is true, and it does need to be said. Okay? It is undeniable. I'm sorry, there's no getting around this. If you go to your average, like, young adult social spot, like a college or whatever, the kinds of guys who are noticeably lefty are also less likely to be masculine. It's true, there doesn't tend to be a huge overlap between football teams and like sociology, feminist, LGBTQIA, whatever things, okay? Which means that there are a lot of lefty girls who want to stay, you know, within an ideologically heterodox circle, but also want colossal masculine dick to ruin them, okay? And that's where you step up, all right? If you're like just a decently masculine guy who's also a lefty, and you're not communicating your leftiness through like, you know, like insincere feminine affectation, it's a supply-demand thing. Am I wrong or am I wrong? Come on, you know I'm right. I went to college, okay? I went to college. I know. You are right? Goddamn right. A lefty, I don't believe in supplying demand. Oh, true. I feel like a lot of my friends are not necessarily super masculine, but he is amazing and also my boyfriend. Vosh, was that your angle? I wasn't getting laid in college that much. I was too busy preparing my psyche for the daunting task of being a YouTuber before I graduated. The masculinity and femininity still exist in the gender world. There's a lot of concepts. The concept of like aligning people's behavior and appearances and stuff like that along spectrums of the world, but I don't think yeah, do you think there's a do you think there might be a reason why so much media made by leftists involves very masculine guys being surprisingly left-leaning? It's because it's a fantasy for a lot of people. There are a lot of people who want to like meet up with a group of lefties, and one of them is just some like colossal like beefy guy who's incidentally left-leaning, you know? That's why Hassan's by the way. Because mask presenting is shamed in reputation. I don't think that masculine presentation is shamed but like I said, I don't think it's really changed. Generally speaking, people like people like masculine men because people, whether or not they know it or like it, have biases in their fulfillment of hegemonic gender expectations. It's a square peg in a square hole. It's a fulfillment of social expectations that people are culturally gearing towards. Irrelevant question, but how does science study the differences of humans and flies? Race is a very, very bad marker for differentiation with humans. Flions are, they describe distinct numerological and geographic features in our DNA. It's a much more specific and scientific way of describing human biological differences. Doesn't that fit Hassan? Well, yeah, Hassan would obviously be an example of a hegemonically masculine child who is socially homosexual. And as you might notice, Hassan is quite popular.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
All right. I love you guys. Have fun. We should play Dominoes, I guess.
Today we're going to learn about Golang's absolute worst feature, naked returns. This feature is confusing in the context of Golang because one of the guiding principles of Golang's design is that less is exponentially more. And that statement might be confusing if you're not familiar with it, but effectively, Go is just trying to say, hey, we're not going to allow you to do infinite combinatorics of different features. Instead, what we're going to do is say, hey, you want to loop over something? We've got for loops. Hey, you'd like to put something in a struct? We've got structs. Hey, you'd like to make an interface of something? Oh, well, we have interfaces. That's all Go is going to allow you to do. Less is exponentially more. Quick aside, while I think this feature should really be gone, I actually really like Go. I think this principle of less is exponentially more is one of the defining features of why I like writing Go and why I like writing it with a bunch of other people at a company, which we could talk about more in a different video. This video is just about one particular aspect of Go that I think really detracts from that simplicity. So let's get going with the rest of the video. Additionally, I'll present this without comment that on the tour of Go, it's noted that naked returns can harm the readability of longer functions. However, I'll also kind of show that I think it harms the readability of short functions too. But, start with some basic syntax in case you're not familiar, but we're going to move quickly. So what we've got here is a function definition. The name comes before the type in Golang. That's the opposite of C. And then we can say the return type in Go, you're allowed to return multiple values. So we basically just do something stupid inside here. So it's simple to follow. Divide the number by 2, subtract the first one, and now we're going to return these multiple values. When we run this function, you can see it returns 8 and 9. If we change this to like 25, it's going to return 12 and 3. It gets passed as 2 different values into print line. That's the basics of what's happening. But now let's see where things start to get a little bit trickier. Go has a feature called named return values. This feature enables you to, instead of having to initialize a variable manually, Golang will automatically initialize that variable and set it to the default for that type. In this case, that would look something like saying that X and Y should both be here. Go tells us, hey, you've actually already initialized a variable called X and Y, so you can't set this as a new variable below. That's what this colon equals is, so we can remove the colons. When we run this, we'll see that we get the same result, but if we comment these out, what we'll see is the 0 values, or the default values for each of these types for the named return values. In addition, Go allows us to omit the type information if multiple values in a row are of the same type. This just means that instead of having to type int for both X and Y, we can actually just say XY. This will still compile and return us the same results, and if we uncomment these lines back out, we'll see that we still get the 12 and 13 that we expected before. And now we're able to go ahead and talk about what are naked returns. I just want to preface this with, if you have a weak stomach, now may be the time to close your eyes or pause the video or maybe get some antacid or Tums. It's going to get difficult here. The naked return is whenever we say go away to whatever variables are on the line for a return statement. It can only be used in functions with named return values. So if what we do is we remove these, we're able to run it and still get the same values just to show that I'm not tricking you. We can change this value, we get new results. So you might be thinking at this point, that doesn't look so bad. What could possibly go wrong? How could anyone abuse that? Well, let's just look at some examples. In this function, if you're just scrolling through and you're kind of looking around, you'll just see these empty returns. And I really couldn't blame you if you thought this function didn't return anything. Go's very explicit, always has only one way to do everything, except that this function has named return values, which means that this return actually returns whatever the current value of ret and air are, which is really weird, because if, for example, ret was mutated, there's no way to track that in the type system, then you might accidentally return not a nil or default value and an error, you could return both, which means that someone who's consuming this might not do what they're expecting to see. Not only is this confusing in larger functions, I think the whole semantics of a bunch of what's here is confusing when you're expecting things to work just like the rest of Golang. For example, if we tried to make a variable, we just called it unused and we set it to true, Golang would complain and it would say, hey, unused is declared, but not used. However, if we did something like this and changed this value to say unused, and then X we just declared inside of the function and we ran this, it's totally fine with that. Which is really weird because you would think you should get an error or a warning for saying that you've never used this variable that you declared, which would be how things would normally work and would let you know that there's no reason for this variable to be named at all. And lastly, even if you're moving to this sort of incrementally, I still think the whole syntax and the readability and legibility of it, even in small functions, is very confusing. Consider the example where we start adding things like X and Y as 2 named parameters here. So we need to do just like we did before and remove these, and then we change back to a naked return, right? So this would be the naked return with 2 named return values, just the way you'd normally expect. You run this, you get 13. Once again, we can move this up to show that we've gotten the different values. However, suppose that now what you wanted to do was you wanted to return a Boolean at the beginning. So you're just thinking, okay, I'm just going to add a bool because it's Golang. I just want to add my Boolean. You press enter, you write it, and it works just fine. As the tree sitter highlighting in Neovim suggests to me,
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Has been slain. Been slain. turret has been destroyed. Been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. been slain. Triple kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. You have been slain. An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor is respawning soon. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. First blood. slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I get it. I get
So
it. It's a
then
bit
what-
confusing.
So then that's probably a perfect segue. If you were introducing yourself, how would you describe yourself? Like, what do you do? Who are you?
Yeah.
Andrew Tate, 4-time kickboxing world champion, and I've conquered the internet. I decided to conquer it, and I took it, and it's all mine. So that's basically what happened.
That's pretty vague. Wow. I in my headline on Instagram, I say I invented the internet. You're saying you conquered it.
If you invented it, I apologize because I didn't mean to take it from you. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know
No,
you
that's
invented the internet.
fine. So, like, what's your biggest platform? I mean, just looked at TikTok. You haven't conquered there yet.
Haven't I?
How many followers you got?
I don't have an account.
It's a fake account that I'm looking at?
I don't have an account. I don't have an
That's
account.
what
on
I was
TikTok.
telling you, Dave. That's what I was telling you. Have people make the accounts for you, essentially, right?
There are thousands and thousands of new videos of me on TikTok per day, and I don't have a TikTok account.
Okay, so if you're sitting on a plane filming presumably yourself, how does that go from that phone to TikTok?
I'll put it on Twitter or I'll put it on an Instagram story, and then people will grasp it and they'll grab hold of it, and then they will digest it and edit it up and put their own spin on it, and then it will end up out there in the metaverse.
Gotcha. All right, so that makes sense. So you have the only social media then that you don't have is TikTok.
I don't have TikTok. I don't know. There's a bunch of new ones all the young kids are into. I don't know. I don't have a lot of things. I'm an Instagram guy. I have Instagram, and that's about it.
Okay, so Emery Andrew Tate the Third, Cobra Tate.
That's it. At Cobra Tate, correct.
Okay, so you haven't conquered it totally if we're at 2 million followers on Instagram.
You're right. My elevator pitch was a bit weak.
All right.
I could do better. You want me to do it again?
No, I was just curious. There's so many different things. I'm trying to figure out or maybe they're all equal. What exactly? Josh, we've been doing this, a year and a half, 2 years, this podcast?
I would say it's coming up on 2 years now.
So I think on one hand, probably less, we can count guests where Josh is like, we got to get this person. You're on that short list.
Yeah.
So then, Josh, why don't you give his elevator pitch on why we needed him on?
Yeah, why'd you want him on so bad?
I mean, because he says things like I fucking conquered the internet, and I think that he really does have a grasp on TikTok and on a lot of these young people coming up wanting to be hustlers and wanting to be entrepreneurs. Like Andrew, you have the most cult following I've seen been made so quickly. Like I haven't seen something like that done on TikTok ever.
That's true. I certainly have a cult following.
When did you start the internet?
I've actually been around for a while, but I put together a particular strategy about 6 months ago because I decided to step up my overall exposure because of a new product I launched. I run an online school that teaches people how to make money online. And I changed my approach towards social media, and I ended up absolutely everywhere. And now people complain that they see me more than they see their own father, and they can't get rid of me.
So is that it? Is what you just said, is that the pitch, the school, which I believe is Hustler University? Is that what we're talking about?
Correct. That is one of the things I run. Yes, I own a school, an online school that teaches how to make money online.
All right, so then, and you can stop me anytime if you're like, nope, you've gone off the course. The concept is portray a lavish, rich, great lifestyle and then get people to pay to get that same lifestyle?
No, because that makes it sound like I am in some way faking. My lifestyle and the videos I portray are absolutely not really real completely. They existed before the school existed. I don't amp anything up. Nothing is rented. Nothing is a lie. Nothing is a joke. I'm an ultra high net worth individual, and all of that existed pre-school, pre to the school. The school is just after effect to it all. It doesn't exist for the school. I'm certainly not renting cars to try and convince people to sign up for my program.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is, and I may have connected dots that in your book should be connected. It sounded like the reason you started showing your lifestyle, it's real, is so people would sign up for the school because you're showing them what they want to learn how to do. No?
Yeah, to a degree. I was always showing my lifestyle. I was always doing it, but I changed the way in which I did. That's the main reason why I have a lot of people who have known me for a very long time. I've been on the internet for a very long time, but now the way that the videos are getting out there and being spread by students of the school themselves, that's why I've got much deeper penetration on social media. That's why people are like, where did this guy come from out of nowhere? But I've been around for a while.
Okay, I got it. But in 6 months ago is when you started. You've been on the internet, but have you been as flashy on the internet?
I've been flashy, bro. I've just been
the whole time. All right.
Yeah, the whole time. Like I've always been the same guy. Like I think that in the world we live in today, You need to establish credibility.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Hey guys, it's been 10 days since the 12.13 patch and this issue still isn't resolved. So as I promised, I'm making a video about patch notes lying to us. Here it is. As some of you knew, it's about Kled. So Kled W got buffed and it works fine, but Kled Q, we have a little problem here. So my Kled Q should deal 212 initial damage and 423 follow-up damage in this case, but instead it does 205 and 410. As you can see, my E does the intended 117 damage, so it's not about resistances. It's all because Kled still uses the old scaling. The buff to 65% scaling and 130% scaling of bonus AD doesn't actually exist. It didn't happen. No, it's all a lie. It's a fraud. It's fake and a fraud. It's been 10 days since that patch and it wasn't hotfixed, so I guess we're waiting. But as far as I know, Riot is gonna be attempting to buff Kled again to the same values in patch 12.14. Imagine getting the same buff twice. Let's hope this time it works, otherwise, third time the charm, Riot. Take care guys, see ya.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Spawn. Rampage. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. kill. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has destroyed a turret. Enemy triple kill. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Has been destroyed. disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. First blood. Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. has destroyed a turret.
It is July 22nd, 2022, and you're watching The Code Report. The programming languages that people love to hate are disappearing quickly. Microsoft killed JavaScript with TypeScript, Apple killed Objective-C with Swift, JetBrains killed Java with Kotlin, and now Google is stepping up to the plate for the biggest challenge of all, C++. It just announced a new experimental language called Carbon, which is designed to match the performance of C++ with LLVM, while being able to interop with existing C++ code bases. That's a big deal because C++ is by far the most prolific language when it comes to building high-performance, low-level systems. C++ has been around since 1983, and it's accumulated a lot of technical debt in the process. The creator of C++ once said, quote, "Within C++, there is a much smaller and cleaner language struggling to get out. The problem with making C++ better today is that it's such an important language for so many code bases that it needs to focus more on standardization as opposed to evolving the design to what modern developers want. It's really hard to change an established technology."
This sucks. Change it.
Like when Python 2 went to Python 3, the changes weren't that extreme, but it's still very painful for anybody wanting to migrate a codebase, and also all the content on the web and Stack Overflow becomes stale. One could argue it's actually a good thing that C++ doesn't try to change too aggressively. Carbon is designed to be a successor language for C++, which is no small undertaking, but Google is no stranger to creating programming languages. It gave us Go and Dart, which are both very well liked in the industry. At this point, Carbon doesn't have a good logo or mascot, but I'm sure it will get one eventually. You might also be wondering, why not just use a modern memory-safe language like Rust? First of all, not all C++ developers actually like Rust, but more importantly, Carbon is designed for easy adoption by existing C++ codebases and developers. It has bidirectional interoperability with C++, which means you can use existing C++ libraries in Carbon seamlessly, or vice versa. Now, I've only been coding for about 12 years, which isn't nearly enough time to learn C++, but let's take a look at some code anyway. To run Carbon at this point, you'll need to install Google's build tool Bazel as well as LLVM to build it. To say hello world, we have a main function that uses print with a string literal. It looks pretty simple, but if you've never seen a C++ hello world that uses this character out bullshit, then it looks like a revolutionary improvement. But a bigger feature is the fact that it supports a modern generic system. Generics allow you to pass types as parameters to classes and functions, a common pattern in statically typed languages. But C++ takes a different approach that's often misused and abused called templates. Carbon still supports templates, but generics will provide a bunch of advantages in most situations. But more importantly, Carbon looks to improve upon memory safety patterns. In C++, you can have uninitialized variables, which can sometimes be important for performance, but more often than not, they just result in bugs. And memory access bugs can be very dangerous when hackers learn to exploit them. Carbon has an entire doc on its safety strategy, and basically it tries to be as safe as possible without hurting performance or interoperability with C++. And it can be run in different modes like debug, performance, and hardened, depending on how much you want to prioritize memory safety. Notably, it doesn't use mechanisms like borrow checking, reference counting, or garbage collection like you might find in other languages. Sounds pretty cool, so when can I start using it? Well, at this point it's experimental, and it's an extremely ambitious project. It'll likely be multiple years before this language is production ready. Now, even though Google just implemented a hiring freeze, employers are already looking to hire Carbon.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. been slain. has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage. Your turret has been destroyed.